Hello, hello, hello. Mike is counting. Yes. How is it going? We are back. Going to get some Klipper installation and configuration done today. Going to probably stream for a couple hours. Might work into Steve builds and just stream time on the Trident, but try to finish whatever I can get to by then so that I can end their stream. So today, going to, I guess, recap what we got done yesterday. What we got done yesterday was most of the electronics. So if I pop this over, not a really good way to kind of put this down. Overhead in a bit, but we got all of these electronics done yesterday. For the most part, it was just kind of plug and play. I've got to say, I'm impressed with the pre-lengthened and pre-crimped cables that come in the Formbot kit are all pretty good. Some silicone wires, some PTFE wires in some places, some wires that are get this kind of usually heater core type wires with this kind of sleeving on it. It's kind of a pain. We also have the Kirigami bed. I use the LDO Kirigami wiring kit, and so that's in here. But yeah, so today we're going to get Klipper installed on the Pi. We're going to do the first power up. I've been saving that for you guys. A little bit nerve-wracking, but hopefully everything will go well. I think I have everything for the parts. Let's see, I'm going to go ahead and tweet out 5. See if anybody wants to join the fun. Smoke. Hopefully not. So, in a couple. All right, so I need to find a way to be able to prop this up such that I don't inadvertently press on this knob in a way. Fortunately, my 1 blocks are such a it's spoken for. Up here, 920 down there. Not sure if that's helpful, but do let me know how the microphone sounds. I had to actually switch out my microphone today. When I was running as a little old shotgun mic, it's battery, and whatever reason, whatever battery I put into it, apparently it says that it is not getting enough charge. So it's a little bit, but yeah. So let me see. I can use some of the parts and prop it up such that it won't. Hopefully it won't get all jacked up. I can place this down here, balance it. That way it won't press on the knob. And give you guys a decent view. So the first thing I kind of wanted to take care of was this ugliness here. I don't know if this was an afterthought on Formbot's part, but I just don't like it stretching across everything in order to power the Pi. I'm fine with it powering it this way. The Pi can get several powered by several different means, if I'm not mistaken. Got terminals here, I think, for power. It's powered via the PIO kind of rail. And I think you can get power via the as well. So it's got a lot of different options. They chose to just use connector, which is a decent solution, but their cables are so short that you can't really route them in a way that's not like this. So the bottom tube's going to be coming down through here eventually. And I just kind of don't want this in the way. So I thought a few different ways to possibly remedy this. I've got a lot of pre-crimped wires, and this connector over here, from what I can tell, is JST XH, which is 0.54 millimeter JST connectors, and I've got crimps for that, but these are all pre-crimped cables. If you haven't looked into these, definitely do so. You can get them on Aliexpress, Amazon, eBay. Maybe I'll try to link to them in the description below. But you can get them in different gauges, different colors. You can get them double-ended, you can get them single-ended, different lengths. And if you're doing kind of a project where you're doing the same kind of thing over and over and over again, like maybe doing USB to JST in a bunch of projects, having a bunch of pre-crimped wires can really help. This crimping ain't easy, as Nero likes to say. So what I think we're going to do is, instead of using this pre-made wire for us, which works but is kind of ugly, this is just 5 volts and not a lot of current. So we should be able to use just about any kind of wire. It's not like we're, connecting up a heater. So I've got those that we could use, and then I've also got these. So I can either crimp on DuPonts to this and then put them in a housing and kind of run the cable the way I want, or I can crimp XH JST XHs to this, and I think that's what I'm going to do. So I've got a bunch of these pre-made kind of pigtail plus minus wires, and they're very useful obviously for kind of the same thing. But what we do is take these out of their housing, just a little flip of plastic. That's not the right way to go. So this is kind of hard to push up. Yeah, push up on the connector. Push these guys up. I should out, and I need one more for power, because it takes 2 apparently 5 volt signal. We'll just have this guy rolling solo, but I got a 3-pin spot. What do you call it? Terminal DuPont right here. So once this guy is going, so plus minus. Plus. Minus. Of course, you could crimp these yourself if you wanted. You could use any kind of thing you might have on hand, but I just happen to have a bunch of these connectors, so I thought that. Oh, so now we need to just crimp these 3 connectors with appropriate XH crimp. Shuffle. Hit rate is lower than. Also not having internet. Preview of the stream. So let's get out our crimpers. Let's crimp set up. I think I've been using 1.9. Conductor. Maybe 1.9 wasn't I have to go and grab some more of these crimps. Try to. For whatever reason, out kit 254. So just a basic Amazon setup. I'm fairly okay with the cable management. I have one of these printing again. I ordered some PETG at the recommendation of Steve. The black PETG, I didn't have any here, but because the little fingers on these were snapping off, I went ahead and ordered, in the hopes that it will be a little bit more resilient to bending back and forth, kind of putting those on and off. Did a good crimp? No. Go smaller. Not had any trouble crimping. Brushing. Other way around now. Nope. Oh. Maybe it's not enough wire for it to age. Try to fish this crimp out. Another one there, just talking. Let's trim these down the tiniest bit. Probably good to make sure. And strips. Very much conductor at all. Alright. You can get a good crimp. I know I said company much trouble. Hoping this was going to be fairly quick. Back. Oh. Ratchet pot. feels pretty solid. I know I have a hard time getting housing. Sometimes after I crimp it, I give them a pinch, squeeze them in a little bit. Okay, 2. Yeah, this is one of those pre-crimped guys. I guess I didn't have them in all the way, or tab isn't folded up enough. But generally, you know, if you know it's the right length, or you cut it down to length, you pop it in. You get it to snap, snugs in there. So that's always one good option. I could have then put a DuPont on that side. I'm gonna go with this. Because I like the end crimper pinch down panels a bit easier. Right. And we're working with a new mic today. Not sure if the quality is going to be better, but hopefully it's not any. Can or cannot hear me. No. And last print, this guy. I used to absolutely hate crimping to the point where I would typically you just solder connectors together. I get a bunch of pre crimps and just connectors with pigtails and solder to them, or you know, kind of slice them in. But after you kind of get used to it, crimping not that and easy, but it's not that bad. I do find that with these non-ratcheting crimpers, you don't get as much mechanical advantage as the like iWiz ones that I have. Those I can kind of I guess they're just levered in a way that allows them to really get a really solid crimp. These I have to like crank down with my hands quite a bit more. Alright, I think we have crimps now. And so now we can mimic what we have going on this connector with the one that we actually. So let's get this guy out. I was kind of just making sure that this was the right size pre-crimped cable. Hard to remember. Sometimes you just see 2.54, sometimes you see 2.5, sometimes you see XH, some number combination. So set both of them up side to side. two reds up top. Okay. Okay. Good. They do, as I said, turn out a little bit fat, which can be hard to get housing. So a little pinch with those pliers tends to help out with that. And seat it correctly. Finally, out, round. And that as well. I'm not sure if that means I'm using a too wide of a setting on the Klipper. Perhaps. Alright, all three of them are in as far as they can go. Not tugging out. Double check. We have red, red, black. Here it'll be obvious. So we can hit this guy, set back here, and run it all these cables. To go out. This was the main thing that was bothering me. It's just that one kind of harness, kind of sprawling across things. Then we can go through the channel guy, up on the other side. And then the thing on the GPIO on the Pi I really like is that it has kind of red and black marks on top of the header. I haven't seen on a lot of stuff, but it makes it really know where you're putting their wire lead. So you should be able to slide this guy down. Have to get him and slack together. Slack. Yeah, these just kind of come off super. So I need to find a better solution for printing those. You can buy this conduit, but I don't know. I've got an abundance of 3D printers and filament. Printing them is a good solution. There was a mod on the Voron user mods, so it's appropriate. I just get my settings down so I don't tap off that easy. But I like that much better than these three wires kind of branching across and looking all dangling. Now when we run the bottom tube down here, nothing will interfere with that. And at the moment, I'm decently okay-ish with the connector. I'm going to do one more pass through. Oops, my earpiece out. I'm going to do one more pass through. Double checking kind of plus and minus on everything. So, that connector wasn't. Pushed when I pushed in the pin, pushed out. Push it in enough, the little black or the little pops back up. pains while pressure. I'm gonna lift this guy up. Whatever popping out. Whenever I push it out. Up is bad. Yeah, the little flat piece pressed all the way down, not popping back up. That might actually try. Tab has popped up enough. In the house. That seems much more solid. So. Wires. I might print out a couple little cable management kind of guides for wires that pass under the boards. Just to put them together. I can do some little zip ties, but I'm trying to hold off on that because I know I'm going to reprint this and other stuff. The motor wires are a bit long. The Z motor wasn't too bad, but these have a lot of excess. So I might see if I can figure out a way to reroute them to utilize some of that excess length, because I have a bunch of excess length in here and then still a bunch going under here. So AV motor wire length, only thing I can complain about other than that little floppy board. So now that we've gotten rid of this, I'm fairly happy. So I haven't really figured out where to kind of leave them dangling so I can get some input from someone. Best place, have it. We'll see if it impacts the functionality of the Wi-Fi at all. So I am happy with that. Let's go through. We got plus, plus, minus this guy, which matches up with our old vector. Plus, minus, fan, plus, minus, fan, plus, minus. Plus, minus. Plus is always my right. And then up here, part cooling fan, plus on the left, minus on the right, and hot-end fan, minus on the left, plus on the right. That's a weird little difference that I noticed that I had to swap around some cabling. Don't have a Z in stop, don't have needle pitch up right now, we don't have a chamber, but we can probably assign an analog pin 2 chamber once we get the kind of enclosure on. Panels gotta be. I've got diag pins or jumpers, their place, so that should be good. This is in stop, where I don't think clarity matters at all. The needle pitch data is in the middle, power on the bottom. Thermistor, clarity matter, clarity matter. And down here, this is extruder here. Polarity doesn't matter. Bed heat, polarity doesn't matter. This is the 24 volts in, where polarity does matter, but that is right according to the Voron manual. So looking at the manual right now, have the board oriented way. Yeah, plus, plus, minus, I. Polarity doesn't matter, polarity doesn't matter, diag. Red on the left, black on the right. That looks correct. Polarity doesn't matter, and out to the Raspberry Pi. Motor on the bottom, A and B, an extruder. All got USB to the display. The layout of the Pi is different than the layout here because this is a Big Tree Tech Pi V1.2, so we're gonna have to do special stuff to get Klipper set up on it. But I think we're good. So this would be a good time to try our first power on. And to make sure I don't fry anything inadvertently, before I put the plug in, I'm going to take out our negative here. And to make sure I don't inadvertently ground it, a strip of electrical. Bird's failing right now. It's a little high, I might turn it down. So this is 24 volts that's coming from the PSU. Taking out the negative, taping it up. So this shouldn't be fully getting powered by the PSU. If we now grab the plug, I thought I had it up here. It's a nice thick gauge plug, I have to say. I'm not much for knowing about ratings. Rated to 300 volts, 105 degrees C, 16 AWG, and I'm pretty sure it's like triple insulated. So. I did check the fuse on the AC inlet, and it seemed to be good, and there is an extra fuse in the box. So we are going to plug this guy in. I'm fairly confident in our AC power. I followed the diagram well, double checked everything, and we're going to turn this guy on, and we are getting power to the power supply. So hopefully you guys can see a light right there. Hear a slight electrical hum. No smoke. I'm now going to turn on my... See that anywhere? That up so that you guys can see as well. And I'm going to get our 24 volts out. That is 4 volts dead on the money. So I don't need to really adjust the trim pot at all. I know some people like to adjust it such that when it's more under load, it'll read 24 volts, but I haven't really found the necessity to do that. So if anybody wants to tune in and let me know that that's a good idea, I don't mind doing it. That's going to come a while later anyway. Because your stepper is going to be drawing power, the heaters are going to be drawing power later, so that could cause a slight dip on volts, but that's pretty good. So now, flip things back over. And since we know 24 volts is coming out, you want to wait for power to dissipate. these power supplies have giant capacitors in them, which can continue to hold power when you don't expect. And even if you don't end up shocking yourself, it can cause you to kind of trick yourself or surprise yourself. If you kind of hook up something and you hook up touch your ground to something, it'll discharge a fair bit of power. So wait till that green light fades out. It's almost gone. Capacitor charge. Once the green light is out, I will turn that off. Back in spot. Hold this in place like that. Now plug test. And I think we're good to power it on. And fingers crossed, no blue smoke. Got an LED on the panel. I don't see an LED. Where's the LED? Oh, we have a status LED on the Pi as well. Sweet. I'm liking this cable management a whole lot better than the guy kind of going through the middle there. So I'm just going to power it off, and we can go about starting to set up Klipper. So there are some specific instructions. Klipper set up on BTT Tech Pi. So if I go to the BTT Tech Pi GitHub, you need to make sure you download the image. The OS image is the same as one, which is their little compute module, which can be kind of plug and played into a couple of their ports. So I went here, DB1, releases, looked at the latest images. I downloaded the image, which already has Klipper kernel. Like there's two different versions. One has the kernel, one has a minimal, or one has Klipper on it, one has the minimal. I'll download the minimal just in case Klipper kernel doesn't work, but I've already gone ahead with an etcher and turn the image. Ugh. So with that image burned hard, I set up my Wi-Fi, and I guess that's a good time to hop over to guy. So this is the manual, piece of process and all stuff. I gotta say the BTT Tech documentation in point to. It's telling you all of the vectors are, where they are, what they power via USB, power via 4-volt terminals. So you could just have 24 volts coming directly out of your PSU, which wouldn't be a bad shout, because then no, you'd still have to have the Pi powered dependent on the but and then you can also power it via the I/O as we. Here's a diagram for all the pins on the I/O. Again, I mentioned that they have kind of these markers around and other things are. So you Pi got some stuff that apparently have. You can get an EDXL directly up to this, which is kind of nice. I'm going to hook up a SPI display. That's the wiring. That guy. BTT Tech makes a number of ads that you can hook up. They've got like a 5-inch touchscreen, 7-inch, 9 HD. There's a little breakout board to fan. It shows you how to wire in fans, HDMI display, like I was mentioning, how to hook that up. Then OS writing. So I've already gone ahead and downloaded the etcher and walked through the steps, downloaded the image, the downloaded the etcher, flash from file, pointed it to the file, selected the target with our USB card. Then we burn, and I've already done this part too. So if I pop open line, and you guys see that. Hopefully, all you have to do is come in here and where the SSID is set up, change this to ID, Wi-Fi password. So I didn't tell you guys what mine was, so I did that on screen. I guess there's some other stuff. If add a big add, then you have to just save that when you still have the SD card in. What I always have to do, since an etcher tends to eject the card as soon as you finish, I tend to pop the card out, put it back in. A boot drive will show up. You open up the system.config file like they show, make those changes. So pretty similar to doing it with Raspberry Pi imager or like a main cell image, but just slightly set up. So now after card we should be able to have it expand and do all that stuff and SSH into it. I just need to find what I did. The SD card. Tiny little SD card. What did I do? Tiny little. I've got one I burned it in. It's probably this. So they do give you a 16 gigabyte SanDisk SD card, and just being a brand name, it did have Chinese Chinese writing on the front of it, if that means anything. But what I can tell, it should be legitimate. So I'm gonna pop this guy off. Myself access card port. Back. So I'm gonna take my recently flashed SD card and insert it. And it doesn't have a spring load action, but it does stick fairly far out. Kind of good for accessibility, but bad if it ends up way. Is a little bit more clear, I think. I might have to guide it down. So this non-name brand tape, I have to say, it's not 3M. What I can see, it does seem to stick better after a day. I was able to kind of pull it off super when I first applied it, but today, quite a bit better. I don't know if VHB is technically trademarked by 3M or if it's just literally a generic, very high bond acronym. Let's put this guy back on. And get RV. Out. On it. pop them down. I was kind of cutting it perfectly to size, but after I read twice, I got tired of that. Like the music is high again. I'm turning it down and back over and it's like bumping. We have a compressor on it. Standard. It all comes out at the level. Definitely not an audio stream. Different sounds can be louder or softer, so kind of tune things off of one song. It has a fairly low report. Another song might be much louder, vice versa. I think running a compressor and expander kind of out the signal across all different songs that might pop up. Hello, Renovic. How's it going? We did our first power on. That was successful. No magic, no smoke. Before the stream, I went ahead and burned the Bellina Extra image. So I've kind of been going through documentation that Big Tree Tech provides for the Pi that they've custom made. I do appreciate that you have an alternative. I think these cost like $45. I have another one that I plan to use, another build. I'm going to start off with their image. So since it's their Pi, I'm going to start off with their image, and if I need to run Kiowa, I forget how you say it, Klipper install and update helper. I'm trying to kind of do everything as if like if you were just going by the documentation, which there is no real documentation. We're going to start off with the Big Tree Tech image. It's the same image they use on their CV1. They have one that is a minimal kernel, so that is presumably just their minimal kernel, and then they will have one that has some parts of Klipper already pre-installed. So I guess I still could go through the install and update helper, but we'll see just what it looks like after it boots up. So I just got the SD card installed. With how straight moment, I think it's pressed up against the fan. But I also replaced this little dangly cable. So if you recall yesterday when I got this first installed, this used to stretch across the front of it. So what I did was take some of the pre-made pigtails that have DuPonts already crimped on them, and I took 2 reds and 1 black, and then I crimped on JST XH connectors or crimps to them and put it in another JST XH housing and went underneath. So really all they need to do is extend the cable that they have in there by like, I don't know, 5 centimeters, and it will be pretty much perfect. So I didn't like it kind of stretching across. It looked kind of goofy. It was right where the Bowden tube is going to end up coming down. So yeah. Does the audio sound okay today, Brenovic? I had to switch my mics because the other one might be fried. Let's hop back over their instructions. And I guess we need to power it on. So you're getting a red light on the Pico and a green light on the Big Tree Tech Pi. It's okay, but sometimes cuts out for a second. Let me see if I can turn down the aggressiveness on the noise. Or it could be the gate. Let me know if that makes any difference whatsoever, if it cuts out early or anything. And then I can also change the noise suppression a little bit. Filters, turn the noise suppression down just a tiny bit. Can you hear the music at all? But I'm going to hide my screen while I take a look at the router. Yeah, you can hear the music. Okay. Not too loud, I hope. Oh, I need to switch. Hey, hopefully I'm back. I think my router just restarted. Let me double check. It looks like the stream stayed live. That was a bit of a whoopsie. Okay, I'm seeing BTT CB1 at 1.17 on my router. Am I connected back up, Renovic? I'm going to be right back. I need to just double check everything is copacetic with the network situation. Okay, I've got excellent stream health. I'm gonna try to bring the stream back up. Okay, I think we're fully back now. That was weird. We should be connected to the Victory Tech CB1, and we're going to need to SSH into it. It's PQ at 17. Okay, so I'm able to do it on my one laptop, but the computer I'm streaming from is actually on a different network, so I need to figure that out. Right? Let's be config. You still there, Renovik? I think, is Steve streaming today? I think he said he was going to stream. I want to be able to do all of this stuff, but do they not have a recipe config? Big tree tech CB1 change Wi-Fi network. So recipe config isn't a command on this guy. Let's look up. If they have an equivalent recipe config. So what I can do is shut it down. Take out the SD card. Let me know that works. Put the SD card back into the computer. Change the router. And reconnect. So I've got a really weird setup where I have a secondary network that I put all of my 3D printers on to kind of keep them somewhat isolated from the internet. But my streaming PC is on my main network, so I actually need to temporarily put this printer on that network. Just make sure I'm not sharing my screen anywhere. Okay, so save that. Close. Eject. It actually booted up really fast. The last few times I've flashed mainsail onto an SD card and put it in a regular Pi, it's taken like 15 to 20 minutes for it to actually show up on my network. And it showed up almost immediately. Let me know if the clipping is still happening at all, Renovik, if you don't mind. Okay. So that's in. This is still slanting sideways, which is annoying the crap out of me, but just need to give it some more slack, I think. And now if we power it on again, hopefully it connects to the correct network. And I'll have to get its IP address. And do it on my phone. Not seeing it yet. Oh, there it is. What is its IP address, kind sir? See. This connection offline. Why is the connection offline if it's connected? There we go. Must not have gotten the IP address. 86114. All right. So now, let's go back to the instructions. I'm just going to use Windows Terminal for the time being, or PowerShell. And I guess I can share this with you guys. Instructions, or let's just hop back over to the desktop view. And that's SSH EQ at 2.1 86.1. I need to double check that actually. Terrible at remembering IP addresses. 114. Yes. And the password is BQ. And we are in. PowerShell, how do I increase the font size? Properties? Let's go up to 20. Okay. Oh, that is really, really hard to read. So I see crow's nest, Klipper screen, Klipper environment, printer data where our config is. So yeah, all that stuff is already installed on this image. What does it want us to do now? Compile the MCU firmware. So we need to basically follow the typical Klipper setup for a while. So I think Steve's going to be on in a half an hour. I'm probably going to run over that by a little bit, but I'll hop over there after. CD home Klipper make menu CF config, and we need to enable extra low STM32 0 or G0B1 8 kilobyte bootloader. Clock reference is 8 megahertz. Crystal. Communication interface is USB on PA1112. USB IDs, I don't know what that is. And GPIO is unselected. So we hit Q. Yes. And run make. So I mean, I can probably run the update tool after this to maybe get any extra dependencies installed. That might not be, but so far this is pretty good for like out of the box, like downloading this image, running off of it. If it's got pretty much everything that's needed, that's pretty good. So far I'm having an easier time getting this running than I have been the last 3 or 4 times I flashed Klipper on a regular Raspberry Pi, to be honest. Linking out Klipper.elf. Klipper.bin. So we've got the hex file created. Presumably we can go to is it um 8.6, and we've got main cell. Of course we're gonna have errors, but that's pretty good for just having flashed an image, you know, and running a couple commands. Or really, this would have popped up even before I ran any commands. So I assume that most stuff probably isn't up to date. But let's see, we've got Klipper on here, Klipper screen, crow's nest, main cell config, moonraker, sonar, time lapse, main cell, and system. So I assume the system might be running off of some specific, you know, repository for their, you know, Debian kind of setup. But I'm fairly impressed, to be honest. Running at 41, that's a little hot. The fan is not running because it's controlled by the microcontroller, but yeah, I'm impressed so far with the Big Tree Tech Pi. They've really got it kind of streamlined so that even somebody who's not super familiar with Klipper could probably, you know, get this far in almost 0 time. So we need to start getting our config ready. We need to get the microprocessor flashed. Do they have instructions in here on how to do that? No, they do not. So where do we go now? Software installation. Get all that installed, right? Does this have to do anything with the Pico? Flashing firmware for the SKR Pico. So now I'm of course on the Voron. That's right. This runs off of a RP2040, the Pico. I guess that's where the name comes from. So what did I just flash? What did they have me flash firmware for in these instructions? Oh, for the Manta, because these are essentially instructions for the CB1, which is made to work on the Manta. So that flash I just did, or the make I just did, was kind of useless. So I need to do a make clean. And then we'll follow the instructions for the Pico. So let's do another. Make menu config. This time we need to enable, change it to RP 2040. Bootloader offset. No, bootloader doesn't say anything else. Let's check out BTT Tech's Pico repository. And I thought that they had some. Okay. So this doesn't show anything about a bootloader offset either. Interface. BTT Tech, you need to update some of your firmware or some of your documentation. All right, Renovic, thanks for hopping in. I will probably see you over in Steve's stream if you make your way into that tonight. I'm going to try to get as far as, yeah, hopefully it goes smoothly. I think I want to just get my like basic printer config set up, get everything flashed that needs to be flashed, and maybe do a little bit of basic movement. But I'll see you later. Enjoy the rest of your night. But I think that's all we have to really do. They don't have anything in here about a bootloader offset. Let's see if you can search for BTT SKR Pico bootloader offset. I'm not trying to do it over CAN. I assume that they can be left blank, but it would be nice if the documentation was completely up to date. This is just a link to what we already have. I guess I can just leave this on the defaults. What are the other options? And quit. Yes. Make. And they recommend using WinSCP instead of using DFU mode. DFU mode is nice when you can just press a button and then switch into DFU mode and flash over USB, but you can potentially brick stuff if you don't do things correctly. So we got USB power, boot mode, and reset. Do I have WinSCP on this? I do. Zero. Q. Need to figure out how to change those dimensionally. Okay, so it's in out Klipper. Oh, didn't want to click that. Go back. Guess I control somehow. We generated home Pi Klipper out. Home Pi Klipper out. Klipper.utf. Copy. We'll paste it here. And we need another micro SD card. They don't provide. Got a bunch of tiny ones over here. 128 megs enough? How big was this file? 2 kilobytes. So this should be enough. So now let me throw him in there. If you can't tell, my PC and card reader are pretty far away from the rest of my stuff. This has got a whole bunch of old weird stuff on it. Format. At 32. Burn. Disk is write protected. Shouldn't be. Okay, we need a different SD card. Most of these were just from like old 3D printing cards. There's 8 jiggle biggles. I had to get my USB extender so I can move this over to desktop. Let's switch off that view just in case. I have no idea what's on these cards, to be honest. Some other type of firmware that we can just delete. Hopefully. Delete. I think there's something wrong with this card adapter. It's not letting us delete any files or write it. So it's definitely unlocked. So on this card, firmware. Format. 32, 7 gigabytes. There we go. So format is complete. Close. Card was not ejected. There's nothing on it. And drag. Is this the active Explorer window where I can actually drag and drop? Yes, it is. You can eject this guy. And go grab the card. All this walking. Okay, so we have the card on the SD. I manually moved it instead of following the instructions to like run a command to do it. Copy it. Insert the jumper on the boot pins, move the motherboard out of the motherboard and click the reset button to enter the burn mode. Note, if you want to use USB power to the motherboard, you need to insert a jumper on the USB. Why would I want to use USB power? Okay, so you can't just throw it on the disk and it won't just read it? Oh, I guess you don't need to put it on the SD card. You connect it to the computer via USB while in boot mode and copy Klipper.uf2 to the flash drive. The motherboard will automatically reboot and update the firmware. Okay, so you're back. Welcome back. Where'd you go? Where did you go now? So I thought that we were going to put the card into the board and then have it reboot and it would automatically copy it, but apparently you have to hook it up via USB. At least that's the way they recommend doing it. What did they say over here on these docs? So install the USB power. This enables part of B will be removed after flashing. I have to have it connected to 24 volts. Install the jumper on the boot pins. Via the PC or via the Pi. We will cover both methods. PC method, okay. For this method, you Raspberry Pi method. Pico plugged into the Pi via USB-C and the boot jumper installed. Press the reset button. Now we need to mount. Okay, I like this method better, to be honest. I was going to go outside and play volleyball, but it's colder today than normal. I played volleyball on my birthday just the other day. I played a little bit in college on the club team. I really hadn't played volleyball much before, but I love volleyball. So I think I'm going to use this Raspberry Pi method where we mount it via the Pico and then flash it that way. You only use this if you don't have it connected to 24 volt power. So we don't need the USB power. We do need the boot jumper, and then we need to hit the reset button. I'd rather just run these 3 commands than have to hook it up to my computer. So we need to install a jumper on the boot pins. Did you play volleyball in like school, or do you play volleyball in school? I guess would be a more appropriate question. Do you just kind of play for fun? So this is the boot pins. We are going to press the reset button, which is there. Now if we hop back over to the command window, we can say sudo mount dev sda1 / mount. That worked. Sudo cp out Klipper .uf to mount. Sudo unmount mount. Oh, umounts, not unmount. Remove the jumpers earlier and reset the Pico. Pico reset, and then run ls dev serial by -id. We have two things connected. We have our display, and we have our RP2040. So we need to copy this guy, but we are successfully flashed. Important. If the Pico is not powered with 24, Clipper will be unable to communicate with the TMC drivers via UART. The Pico will automatically shut down. Back to software install, which I already have open over here. So now we flashed the firmware. What's next? Software configuration. So we need configuration stuff for the SKR Pico V1.config. Open raw. Have that ready, and I think it'll mostly be in here for a while. Just over the summer, gotcha. I love volleyball. I didn't really play it seriously until college. We kind of played it in gym class and with friends, and then I kind of got more into the sport. It probably helped that there were a lot of tall girls in spandex. That was very much what I was interested in at that age. But let's see what they have set up for the printer CFG over here. It's a pretty generic one. Include generic. So let's grab the one that we were looking at on GitHub. Where are you? Raw. We might need to keep the Klipper, the main cell config. Oh, they already had it in the file. I didn't even see that. Okay, so this is the V0.2 R1 config. I didn't have the overhead cam on when I was doing that. Basically, I installed the jumper here. I pressed reset. I did the mount codes to mount it, copied it over, took the boot off, pressed reset again, after I unmounted it, and now it's here. So we need to replace this with our serial, which we got in a previous step. Nope, don't do that. So I'm fairly familiar with Klipper so far. I've already set it up on one of my printers and have begun setting it up on another one. So I'm fairly used to doing this if this is somebody's first time, you know, messing with a lot of this stuff. It might be a little bit less familiar for them. Okay. So what I really like about Klipper compared to Marlin, you have to pre-compile the firmware, flash it, and if anything is wrong, you want to make any changes, you have to open up those config files, reflash it, and keep recompile it and keep flashing it. But with Klipper, you don't have to do that. You just have to save these config files, and it kind of like, I don't know how it does it, but maybe it's more of a declarative language or something, and it's able to kind of just restart Klipper service and restart the firmware, and it also gives you these really nice messages. So it's telling us that run current in section TMC stepper X must be specified. So let's just walk through everything in here. So this is necessary because we were running main cell. If we were running fluid, there'd be like a fluid config. Sometimes there's also a like crow's nest or a couple other kind of configs that you need to include in here as well. This file contains common pin mappings for BTT SKR Pico V1.2. Use this config, firmware should be compiled with the RP2040 with USB communication. So I pasted in our serial or USB serial, and it seems to be able to connect and then recognize that some other stuff is wrong. So it tells us we need to obtain this and do that. We already did it. It's got a setup for the MCU temp. So that's the temperature of the actual RP2040. It's got a temperature set up for the 25. So if we go over to just this guy and look at our temperature charts, oh, it's not going to show us because we have errors. I wish it would still show you that stuff. I go to dashboard. No, I wish it would still show you like the Raspberry Pi temperature, even if that was like messed up, but it doesn't seem to do that. But yeah, these will give us readouts for what our MCU temperature, the Pico board, and what the Raspberry Pi temperature are. So that's good to see. If you've got this in an enclosure in a hot spot, you might want to keep an eye on that. It defines the kinematics, core XY, max velocity is already set to 200, max accel already to 2000, which is higher than a lot of the printers I have that have already been tuned. If that gives you any idea. Let me get into our XY stepper settings. So I'm not seeing anything that we need to manually set. It says refer to startup, but we're still kind of doing config right now. Why does stepper X have a run current comment out, but stepper, you need to calculate the run current using the equation. Oh, okay. Rated motor current times 0.707, which is like, I guess, calculated using the RSense of the that's 2209s. and then we get maximum, and then we multiply that times 0.6. So rated motor currents for Z Moon's Motors. I've got their sheet somewhere. Unfortunately, Formbot does not have all this stuff published on a GitHub or anything, so we will just have to get it off of their spec sheets. Rated current is 1.5 amps for the A and B motors. Or is this the Z? This is the Z. The Z is much lower. It is 0.65, and the extruder is 1 amp. So 1.5, 0.65, and 1. So if I hop over to the overhead, this is pretty much the only documentation you get from them, and it's a little blown out, but right here, so these are for the A and B motors, the really tall motors, and it gives us first that they're 1.8 degrees, which is good to know. The rated voltage is 3.3. We don't really need to do that because it's already kind of calculated everything for that. And the rated current is 1.5 amps. So A and B are 1.5. For the Z, we are 0.65, and it is what degrees? 1.8. And then for the extruder, it is 1.8 and 1 amp. So if we take this, and we say that times, what did they say, 60% as a starting rate? 60 to 70%. Let's go right in the middle, 0.65. So that equals, for our A and B motors, that's going to equal 1.5 times 0.707 times 0.65 equals 1.5 times 0.707 times 0.65. So 69, nice. So this 65% is just to give us some headroom so that we're not kind of using a whole lot more amperes than we need to. For run current, it's kind of a balance between getting enough power to the motor such that they're not skipping, but also not causing them to overheat. So it's really good to start with a lot of headroom at first, and then as you kind of need to, you can tune up the current a bit. So the sense resistor is 110. Okay. Run current for this guy is going to be 0.69. And it will be the same for stepper Y. So if you didn't know, you can hit Control / on your keyboard, and that will comment and uncomment stuff. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do. You can do like Alt Shift up and down, and it will duplicate lines. You can hit Control C and it'll copy a whole line, and then Control V will do that. So this has a lot of like modern kind of editor tools, which is pretty nice. Equals 0.69. So I'm going to keep that equation in there and copy it down for our stepper Y. Uncomment that, 0.69. We've got the exact same stats here, so oops. No, go back. Okay, Z stepper settings. So they give you some predefined ones for different motors. So I'm going to do, say, 4 moons. And what is this guy? I'll do this up top too. What is your model number, sir? Where's it at? Is it up here at the staple? Is the type? Oh, I should have made this whole thing switch to the desktop view. What is your model number? I'm just going to say Formbot moons. Copy that guy, and you can hit Alt and up and down to just move a line up and down. I love this, it's so fast. Oh no, this is the V motor, not the other one. That is a long ass model number. We're gonna say Formbot moons, yeah, Formbot moons. And the equation is probably the same. Except for this is the 0.65 amp motor, so 0.65 times 0.707 times 0.65. Over to our calculator. 0.65 times 0.707 times 0.65 equals 0.3, which doesn't seem too far off some of these other motors. So 0.30 if we round it up. And finally, for our extruder, set to, I think these need to be set to 400 if it's 0.9. Yeah, so all of our motors are 0.8, and they should, or 1.8, and they should default to 1.8, which is 200. So basically, we shouldn't have to put that in for any of our motors. What do they have? Yeah, they don't even have it set, I don't think, for most of these. Have you done much in Klipper, Renovate? I've only really done stuff with like 2 printers so far, but I'm really liking it. Check what thermistor type you have. That is a good question. Maybe it'll be on the Formbot 3D listing. Oh, it's not typed out. Unfortunately, all of their stuff is kind of just screenshots in a lot of places, so that kind of sucks. It might have said it on the actual bed, so I'm hoping they have a picture of that. No, it just says 24 volts, 60 watts. I've got Klipper on both my enders, and also set up Klipper on my friend's Ender 5. Nice. Yeah, I've got my TiVo Tornado running Klipper, and I love it. Like I love playing with it, adding macros to it. It's super cool. Also did this clicky mod for both my Ender 3s, so I had to make a bunch of macros. Did you use a servo arm mod? I saw Modbot had that set up, and I thought that was really cool. So let's see, Formbot V0 Bed Thermistor. Oh gosh, all the freaking Reddits are shut down. There was the guy who had the build log for, let's see, forum that. V2. Did he say anything about the thermistor? No, because the Ender 3s have an extra travel in the build space. There is like a container for the probe. Okay, there's just enough space for you to go and grab it and not have to kind of worry about that kind of stuff. That's cool. So I need to figure out what the thermistor is for this weird V6 CHC. Formbot V6 CHC. It's similar to this guy, but it's not the same. This is where Formbot not having a drop of documentation kind of sucks. I don't think it said it on the Hotend anywhere. If it did, I would feel a little silly, to be honest. I think I'm gonna have to move this around anyway. I don't know what the thermistors are. Any ideas where I can find the thermistor values for this guy? Oh, how did I go back? Okay, here it is. They actually have it in their BOM. So the Hotend, which we were filling out, I think, is an NTC 100K. But I don't think it's that 3950. Oh, it is. So use generic 3950. Sensor type. Boom, generic 3950. Extruder. So we're going to do the same thing we did and say for Formbot moons, run current equals. Kind of redundant having two comments for that. I still have that equation? No, I don't. There it is. So this one was 1 amp. So equals 1. So that just equals 0.707 times 0.65. 707 times 0.65. 0.46. Hopefully I can like save this config somewhere that people might be able to just use it. Okay. Check what thermistor type you have. Hopefully that is in this listing. Build plate. NTC, same thermistor, okay. I'll give them a tiny bit of credit, but like you can't control F for thermistor on this page because all their freaking documents are pictures. I guess I could have searched GitHub to see if anybody had a config for this, but max power. So you're basically kind of hunting and pecking through this stuff. Only for 100 watt pads, and our pad is 60 watts. Okay. So that would limit it to 60 watts if that was the thing. It has a smooth time of 3. I don't think that's the default. That's interesting. Already has some PID values in there for us. Fan control, fan speed, 1. Let's deal with that. You can't PMW the delta fan unless using a blue wire. Okay. I don't have a delta fan, but control fan, MCU. Let's just comment it out for now. Filament runout sensor. So this is new. This is new for the Voron V0.2 R1. So I'm going to leave this commented out. I do want to get this set up on here, and I might swap it. I know you were saying you were looking to build your own one. I might swap it out and see if I can remix it and remake the leg back here so that it'll support the LDO orbiter filament sensor. I think that would be kind of cool. Maybe contribute and give back. So then we've got homing and gantry routines. Safe home. You can only use homing override or safe home. I think you can't have both of those defined. To be used with bed screw adjust. Screw bed screw. I don't know what that is yet. NeoPixel. Board RGB. We'll have to set up the NeoPixel later. Okay, so paste your serial for this guy here. For the screen. But I think we need the whole thing like this. If I hit undo and then redo, it'll take us back down to where we just were. All the little editor hacks. So we need to comment out all 3 of these lines. And then I guess all of this stuff. And then if they're reversed, you do other ones. If we need to offset it, we can do that here. Guess we'll turn that on. Macro print start, macro print end, whole X. So I think that's everything, kind of walking through everything it told us to do. Printer is not ready. Klipper is restarting and attempting to reconnect. So I might have made a mistake by burning everything before updating Klipper. Because if I update Klipper now and I rebuilt the firmware, they might not match up. Or if I update Klipper now, the firmware that's on, everything might not match up. Do I need to burn the firmware for the screen? I would think I need to do that, right? It's taking a while to initialize. Editing printer config, I'm just doing it via the user interface. MCU pass, thermistor types, change that. Stepper settings, XY, the extruder. And stop position should already be predefined. That screw tilt, quad gantry positions, X and stop location. Change details. Some of these might be a little bit out of date. I'm not sure why this is taking so long. That's a little worrying. Okay, now you actually have to go. Thanks for hopping in and chatting. Always appreciate somebody to talk with while I'm going through all this stuff so I don't drive myself crazy. I think I'm going to go ahead and update everything though. It's like sonar and system are up to date. So we'll see if I have to reflash the board or not. Installing pip. Gonna grab a snack. So I was trying to do a search for the V0 display and see if it needs to be flashed like everything else, but I'm not seeing much about that. Setup and flashing guide.md. Okay, so we can do that next. Well, maybe while all of this is going on, we can do that. Bring this guy back up. Put him over here. And do a make clean. Oh shoot. Install the boot jumper and reset the board. How do I know if my board is pre-flashed? Maybe I just have to wait for this to finish and hope the screen just shows up. Still don't know where to put this guy. It would be good to know if this is pre-flashed or not. How do I tell that? I think it's the Big Tree Tech board. Let me see if I can find the box. Or it might be on the listing. Where is that at? Got so many damn windows open now. Where's it talk about the screen? Electronics. .3-inch OLED display. That's all they say. Great. Where was that forum page? Maybe V0. The display. Screen. Looks like somebody posted a different mount. Oh, it's kind of a nice one. It's not the one I used, but I'll keep it open. Maybe I'll download it now. That's the step file. That's the STL. I'll do it on my laptop later. That's the flex box. Full update complete. Okay. So far, all we're seeing is the system. Let's see if you can restart Klipper. Is this completely unresponsive? The Pi isn't, but the services seem to be. Let's try first turn on sonar. Let's try a reboot. Okay, got disconnected. That's good. In a way, should be disconnected over here too. Okay, it's responding to pings. Still getting this is not ready, which is a little concerning. Did I mess anything up anywhere? I think so. Let's look at our logs, see if something is like failing. It's not giving us a log, that's not helpful. Getting build errors. That could have been a long time ago. Can't tell much from that. Unable to connect to MCU. We did reset it. Currently, I'm only seeing the one I'm going to uncomment the V0 display stuff. I can spell. I'm going to comment it all out for a little bit. It's especially weird that's not even showing up right now. Save and restart. Just to eliminate it from being any kind of issue. Okay, so it might have had something to do with that. So, no issues right now, other than the display not wanting to be connected anymore. I'm not really sure why that would be. I forget if the inside or the outside is the... the inside is the display. I see a green light on it. I'm trying to disconnect it and reconnect it. I can do that down here. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Okay. Do you show up here? Yes, you do now. Did I copy and paste you incorrectly? Don't really need the displays to be set up right now, but that looks exactly the same. So it's in FS mode, which should be the non-DFU mode. But it seems like if I uncomment all this, it will mess up. Let me do just that part, not the NeoPixel, see if that has any impact. Clipper's not ready. So I think it has something to do with that guy. So, we do need to reflash our MCU. So let's just reflash both of those. CD home Clipper. Make clean. Make menu config. We want to do this guy, that guy, that guy, that guy. What? Make. I'm going to put our jumper back on. When this is done, I'm going to restart it in DFU mode or boot mode. I guess I can do that now. For a second, I got really scared that I had forgotten to unmute myself this whole time. Okay, and then we can just run back and find the commands to do all the mounting stuff. So, mounts. Oops. It's already mounted. Copy. Unmount. Take off our jumper. Restart. Pop back over to here. And now we need to find those instructions for flashing the V0 display. So I'm going to close these guys just because I'm starting to get a little bit confused. All these windows open. Just the window. Okay. Back to host to the Raspberry Pi. You have to jump and reset the board. Board DFU mode. You have an unflashed board. I wish they showed a picture of what it looked like in the command list. But I'm going to... Where are the boot pins? Okay. No, I don't need that. I need to know where boot pins are. It's not helpful. Why isn't this should just be on the front page? Boot. Okay, I can't read that here, but that is kind of directly above the reset port. So let's get some jumpers installed on him. Press the reset button. Hop back over here. Run the command to see our stuff and things. Why are you not showing up? Disconnect it and reconnect it while holding the boot button. Still not seeing it. I'm getting followed by bots on Instagram. Let's do a reboot. Let's change the printer config and recomment out everything for the display. Okay, and it likes everything again. Still not seeing this guy. Got our boot jumper. Why you no show up? Reboot. So when this stops timing out, we'll know it's done rebooting. If you're the impatient type like myself. There we go. So I'm just having trouble with the display. We don't technically need to get it working to kind of continue on with stuff, but I still only see it now. Why are you all of a sudden not showing up, sir? What would cause us to not be able to see this display all of a sudden? All I did was put on the... So now it's here. It's in FS mode, CDC. And the instructions tell us to solid boot jumper and reset the board. This will put the board into DFU mode. Install the boot jumper. Reset the board. Press and hold it for a bit. Release. I do not see. Run LS USB. Oh, there it is. You don't run the same commands. Okay. I really wish this documentation just had the exact commands you need to run. That would be a enhancement I would suggest to Timit and the team. So now we need to do DFU util specialist. And need this. Right click to copy it. CD Klipper. Do a make clean. Make Menu config. This needs to be an STM32. Enable processor model STM32 042 F042. Offset bootloader, no bootloader. Clock reference. Internal clock. Communication interface. USB on PA9. PA10. Optional features. Reduce code size. USB IDs. CAN bus speed. I don't know. Set optional features to do not support I2C. Bang. Escape. Sure that took. Q to exit. Yes to save. Make clean. Already did that. Make flash. Device equals bang. Remove the jumper. Oh. Don't we need to run make? I thought those had to be two different steps, but let's us see. Weird. I can hear weird little high-pitched bits banging and stuff. Like, I can hear the bits. I'm in the Matrix. So the make flash, when the appropriate device is able to do it, will automatically flash over USB, which is kind of nice. So this is actually how I flash the at Mega. What is it? 32U4 on the file downloaded successfully. Error during download kit status. I guess it wasn't able to re-download it. Does it say anything about ignoring errors? It just says remove that. Reset the device. Weird that the LS USB is taking a while. What is going on? Let's try to restart Klipper. I don't know why this occasionally won't show up as a USB device after a pretty hard reboot. Maybe the flash was unsuccessful. With this device plugged in, it's having a real hard time. It's not showing up as like anything right now. I don't think it flashed successfully. Well, let's just try rebooting the Pi just in case. Okay. So still not seeing that board. Let's SSH back in. Only seeing that guy. Yeah, I think we need to maybe try to flash again. So I'm going to reinstall the boot jumper, reset it. We see it in DFU mode. Let's CD into home Klipper. Make clean. Make menu config. Double check that we didn't get anything wrong here. STM32 F0.2. Let's look at the what are the specs? Show me the specs. 32 F0.2. Okay. Bootloader offset, no bootloader. Clock reference, internal clock. I don't know about some internal clock override. Communication interface. Oh, USB. Dang it, that's what it was. Oh, I need somebody looking over my stupid stuff. Optional features, still the same. Escape, save, yes. I'm just gonna say make. Oh, it looks like 3D Print SOS has gone live with this Trident build. And Steve's live. There's 3 Voron. There's probably a lot more than 3 people streaming Voron builds right now, but at least 3 that I know about. When I get to a good stopping point, I'll hop over to one of their streams or the other, maybe both. Oh. I'm going to do this. Stop the Klipper service. Then do the make. Let me look at the DFU util again. I assume that's the same. 0483. Isn't that the VID for? Must be for at Mega, I thought. So now we need to do the make flash. Oh, so if you do make in a separate command, it built it if you do it in the same command. Fail to flash. Why did you fail to flash? Did I copy that? Did it change? No. I don't get it. Found DFU 0483, DF11. USB. In DFU mode. Make clean. Is it because we stopped the Klipper service? Apparently I had put it into CAN bus mode last time. Isn't that what I just ran? Make flash device equals. That's just like Well, let's just try to see if it just failed to confirm or something. Oh, it might be working. I don't know why it's putting that on two different lines now, but okay. This is our display serial. So I guess it had old or didn't have the correct firmware when it first started. So printer config, find display, find display. Font size is tiny. Yeah, so that was in CDC, which is like serial communication mode. So maybe that will make all the things work. Oh, I need to restart Klipper. I don't know if that had any difference. I just remembered that when I flashed my main board for the TiVo Tornado, it had me shut down Klipper, so I tried it here. All right, we got the MCU display. That sounds awful. Not sure what fan that is. But we can run through some stuff. Some of the first kind of initial startup stuff. Let's go back to the Voron documentation. Let's see, don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need this. So apparently you just get that error regardless. Include V0 display.config. We need to do that. Well, actually, no, that might just be the exact same thing that we already have in that file. Software. Yes, so that's that same thing that's in here. All right, we got rid of one window. Initial startup. I am going to set him back up right now. And let's figure out what we want to show for this. Oh, AC just turned on. That's rather loud. Power off. So initial startup checks. Temperature, we've got 3 different temperatures in here. Well, maybe 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the exact same. The Raspberry Pi is running a little hot. It's got a heat sink on it, but our controller fan didn't seem to be running. Why you no run? Let's see what that's defined as in our render config. Fan, Hotend fans. Fan, controller fan, MCU fan. Heater extruder. It's set up to blow directly onto the Pi though. Okay, that's weird, but okay. Verify temperatures. Start by verifying temperatures are being correctly reported. Navigate to Octoprint. Temperature graph. Verify temperature nozzle that are not increasing. They're not increasing. Let me get to temperature graph and type in 50. Okay, that fan did start up, and the extruder fan did start up. Let me see if I can give you a view of the printer. Or would the C920 be better? So this guy is running. The controller fan in the back, which is apparently set to extruder, is running. It is heating up to 50 degrees and fan's a little loud. I think that might be coming across because I have the noise suppression turned down so much. Wait about 10 seconds or so, and it says select off, but I think it's 0C now. So I guess if you look at the machine, that extruder fan is set to 50 degrees. Hotend fan. Yep, it's set to 50. So it goes above 50, turns on, goes below, turns off. This is just set to extruder. So everything's working as it should be for that. And do the exact same steps with the bed. I should put this over here. So the temperature is dropping. And we want to do the same with the bed. 50. So fans will turn on. But Our heated bed is heating up. He's heating up. I just noticed that the LED on the stealth burner is turned on. I don't know if we have it set up to actually, not stealth burner front. Stealth front, whatever they call this thing. I think it's called stealth. So hopefully this will get up to 50 degrees and then start to level out. We got lots of blinking lights on this backside. Yep, leveling out. So the PID, default PID values aren't terrible. I'll wait about 10 seconds. And set it back to 0. And watch it start to fall. So what are the other fans that are down here? Hotend fan. So this miscellaneous fan must be our part cooling fans. But only one is turning on. Part fan. Why would only one turn on? There's only one part cooling fan port coming out. So I assumed that it combined them. Or maybe this fan is a dud? Oh, there we go. I don't think it's sitting all that well in there. Zero. Okay, what does our display look like? Our display looks good. It's got values and stuff. And we have a NeoPixel in there, so display status. Set the blue. Is that changing at all? I feel like a real red. Oh, that's just this guy. Yeah. So I want to change the color. And the user interface, if I change it to a green, changes to green. I change it to a purple. Doesn't really look all that purple. What is this NeoPixel for? Board RGB. Oh, it's literally a NeoPixel on the Pico, which is not all that helpful. I guess you could use it for like some kind of status thing. So everything down here seems to be working. What's next in the verification step? Verify heaters. Stepper motor check. We're going to run stepper buzzes. Stepper buzz, stepper X. I wish I had a little copy thing there. So that's moving back and to the left. And that is our B motor. Our temps are continuing to fall. And stepper Y. I guess I should have put this more towards the middle. I'll run that again, see if you can see it. It's really, really subtle, but it is happening. It's happening! Am I punched in? Overhead? I can swing him down, I guess. Let's do it one more time, see if it shows up on this above. Yeah. And then, so that goes one way, and if you do the stepper X, it does something slightly different. So when one motor moves on a Core XY machine, the tool head actually moves in a diagonal, which is kind of interesting and funky. All right, let's do stepper Z. And what's going to be the best view for that? Back to desktop. So you can see that that's going down and up. So since we have a moving bed instead of a moving ZX or XZ gantry, positive is down. So all the stepper buzzes should move in a positive direction first and then in the negative. You should also make sure that all your stuff is in kind of a neutral spot before you run these. I didn't really think to do that. Next, extruder. I can see it moving. I'm not sure if there's a good way to show it on camera. Only thing I can see is the little back portion of the motor turning, but it moved. So if it moved in the incorrect direction, so what about sensorless? To follow a separate guide. You configure hardware properly in order to enable stepperless. Physically pull them out if you leave the physical stops connected. Homes won't work. Offer setup Klipper. We need to modify in-stop values for stepper X, stepper Y by adding a pull-up. That might already be done for us because the V0.2 is just known to be stepperless. So stepper X in-stop pin does not have a pull-up value. Wait. Oh, I was looking at enable. I needed to be looking at in stop. Silly me. So that's what it looks like before and after. The control F for that, we'll see that it's the exact same. Control F for that. Nope. See, that's the same. That's for 2909s, 2209s, 2909. Finding the right stall guard threshold calibration process. So I have not done any of this before, so this is all brand new to me. It might take me a little while longer than some other folk. Start with the most sensitive value for stall guard threshold based on which kind of TMC you want to have. Using 65. Try running G28X0. And I'm going to be ready to emergency stop. Home XG code is undefined. I'm going to look up this error. This is going to be closed down, isn't it? No, it's not. They're talking about beds. Klipper, Sensorless, V28X0 error. I'm not finding much about this error, and I've never seen anybody else come across it. G28 X0. Copy. Paste. What did I run before that? I set the threshold to 255. Do I just not have a specific macro setup that needs to be set up? Let's go to the Voron V0 firmware. Not sure what to do. I think I'm going to turn up the noise cancellation a bit. See if it kills those fans without killing my voice. Mic check. Hopefully I'm not cutting out very much. If there's anybody in chat, let me know how that sounds. So I'm trying to get our sensorless homing working. Walking through the initial setup. So follow this guide for setting up sensorless end stops before we do our XY homing check. Which makes sense, but I made sure that we have our virtual end stops set up. Our sensorless homing is not working. Or that G-code command is not getting set right. So stepper X. End stop pin. Got that. TMC 2209 stepper X diag pin. GPIO 4. Interesting, it uses all the GPIO names in this. So if we look at, you need to jump this diag pin on your board, which I have done. Both of those jumpers are installed. The BTT Pico SKR Pico diag pin. Yep, I have those two pins jumped. SKR Pico GitHub. Klipper. So bad. Stepper and stop. So I have this in there right now. It says GPIO 4. Yep. Pin GPIO 3. I'm not sure why that command just doesn't work. The error is about G-code macro being undefined. You should search for what I put in there. Do they have a sample config in here? Boom. Next. G-code macro home actually right here. So it is telling us to do a double check those values. It should be 255. And 255. Do this again. When I run this G28X0, it gives me an error. XX is undefined. So if I look at that macro, so what is it trying to find? Define error, XX is undefined. Is there something that's saying? Okay, so this needs to get replaced with a value, but that's really hard to. I did not go through the macros checking for stuff that that you would need to change. I went through all of these values and such, but did not go through these macros. Replace with a current that's about 70% less than your run current values for X and Y. Our run current for X and Y are, so I feel kind of silly. 0.69, nice. .69 times 70% less and times 0.3, 0.207, 0.21, okay. XX. 0.21. 0.21. Any more XX's? Nope, just those two. Save and restart. Well, hopefully someone else will have learned from this. Keep the printer config in this file. This one. You can hit up to redo commands. The control head moves all the way to the ends of the rail. Immediately hit the emergency stop button. Go back and double check that you configured your hardware. Running G28X rail, the tool head will move a millimeter or so before it triggers the virtual end stop. This is normal. Assuming the tool head moved over a millimeter or so and then stopped, change the value and decrease the sensitivity. Five to 10, try again, and keep going until you find the first value that successfully homes your printer. Okay, so we manually set to 250 and run this command again. To 45. To 40. Let's go to 30. To 20. 200. $180. And 60. $10. $80. This doesn't seem right. But I don't know what I'm doing, so. I was hoping the other axis will not work properly. I forget to repeat this for the y-axis. I don't know. Let's see if we can look at some example V0 config GitHub. Look a profile for my V0. He's got stuff broken out a lot. Printer config. What the heck is this called? SG VHRs? Homie. You know, or if he's like motors. Machine? This is not a V0.2. I need a V0.2 config. Blah 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 blah. Point two. Just gonna go to GitHub. Come on, let me just do stuff. Fuck's sake. Maybe 0.2. Okay. UFG. I have no idea what values I'm shooting for. X. 100 is what they're using in the form, or not the Formbot. When did it tell us to make sure we changed? SGT. Formbot. V0.2. Klipper config. That's not what I searched for at all. Please. Stop trying to show me shit I don't want to see. site github.com. Nothing. 0.2. What about our buddy on the forum? Did he post any of his, let's see, Voron design, build logs? Alright, Sensorless. Nope. CFG. Config. No. Alright. I guess I'll keep going down, but it just seems like we're getting very low and it's not getting close. We changed our values in those two macros to be replace the XX with a current value that is about 70% less than your current run current. So I multiplied our current run current by 0.3 to get those values. Says to keep decreasing it by 5 to 10. So let's try 75. Nope. That ain't it. I'm getting dyslexic. $70. $65. That successfully homes. Our Y is moving at the same time as the X, which is not great. Now we need to do the same thing with Y. And presumably, it's 255 and change that to Y. Change that to Y. $200. $150. Go to 100. Go to 80. $75. $70. $65. successful. 65. So what was the last one we got for X? $65. 65 for both. Now it says to update driver HRS and that value, but I'm not seeing those. So see that value, 65. I see that value, 65. Is this just for the 2109 or a different driver? Is that what that is? Yeah, it's just a different, probably different value. Don't forget, you need to repeat the same process for Y. Just did so. Klipper docs recommend setting up a dedicated sensorless homing X and sensorless homing Y. We're renaming them to X home, XY. I suggest creating a new file and adding it with include sensorless and then having these guys in it. I might do that later. Wait, they just give you these? What? Why are these in here? But when you download the main config, they have you like manually calculating something in here. Like why not just, if this is what they want, just have it. Okay, whatever, we have these in there now. We have safe Z home session, you need to comment it out and or delete it. Last piece is to homing override section. Sure. You're not using Clippy. Replace G28 with home X, G28Y. So we're homing override. Okay, we have home X, home Y, home Z. Save and restart. Stop, check, done. XY homing check. At this point, everything's okay, ready to import. You need to be able to quickly stop the machine in case it goes wrong. You're doing so, you stop button next to you, nuclear option, power. Stepper X equals motor B, stepper Y equals motor A. For the V0, we'll do open, continue tab, zoom, enhance. Yeah, invert them if necessary, change them if necessary. So they just want us to run it. X and Y. Is that what's supposed to happen? You stop zooming in and out. Stupid keyboard. Then move slightly to the right until it hits the end stop. So right would be this way. I should move to the back of the printer until it hits the Y end stop. I don't know if it's supposed to do all that buzzing before every single time. But it moves. If I'm standing here, it moves to the back right. Now V. I think everything is correct. Using the bed is coming to contact the V and stop. Blah blah blah. Or there is a window of travel from the moment that the switch is activated to the point at which the switch bottoms out, which is about 0.6 millimeters. So using the adjustable screw in the T8 nut block. The end stop switch up or down along the extrusion. This is old. Bed screws. Use the bed screws to manually level the macro and Clipper to help with manual bed leveling process. Bed screws adjust. Well, we have movement, which is good. That's not good. Hold on. Hold on. Why did that move in the opposite direction now? Those values are saved. My sonar not right. Restart everything. I think I'm missing something, but it's also getting late. I want to do anything with the Z lead screw. I need to make sure they're as compressed as possible. Try and make sure I don't crash the bed. This command. This home axis first. Is he stop at the ready? Okay. That's not good. I don't think that I have that set up correctly. The Sensorless homing. I'm still feeling a little funky about this guy. This one has like a plainly stated 0.7. And in our actual macro, it told us to put in like some specific value that we calculated. And in home X, home Y. replaced with a current value that is about 70% less. Why say 70% less and not say 30%? And your run current for X and Y. But over here it just has like a 0.7. What's the XX say? I don't know, man. This is like unnecessarily complicated. Z moves pretty smoothly. The screws do not crash into the acrylic, which is good to see. Fly correctly home. Why do those seem so good? Well, okay, all I did was restart the printer, and now it's kind of acting right. We've already homed these, so let me try that command again. Click on the adjusted if the current screw was just adjusted, accepts to continue without adjustment. So I don't really know what's going on with this one. Okay. Bed screws. Tool moves the printer's nozzle to each screw XY location and then move the nozzle to a Z 0.3 height. At this point, one can use the paper test to adjust. So that ain't right. Home Z. Bed screw adjust. Okay, so I'm not going to do this until I get my Hotend hot tightens, which I need to do. Okay, accept that. There, let's say I just accept that. That crashed. Why did that crash? board. All of these are adjusted to like as tight as they can be. Well, maybe not this one. Rocking with the cameras. Okay, I can do that a little bit later. That'll be like a right before I print type thing. QGL stuff, heat offset, adjustments, fine tuning, Z heights. Calibrate E-steps and slicer setup. So we're moving. We've done most of the initial setup. What else do I hope to get done today? I think you have to change this via the boot drive. So if I want to change this to like Brian's V0, then I need to change that somewhere else. What is this? Belt tension, bed flatness. I think that's like pretty good for tonight. We have made sure that all the electronics work. All of our fans, our hot end, our heat bed works. We somehow got that sensorless homing working. That felt a little nonsensical. For a couple times it went the opposite direction it could, and I couldn't really figure out why, but I just mainly followed the instructions and it seemed to finally work. I started to do the Z-bed tilt, but I need to get this heated up and get the hot end fully tightened. But I think I also need to just generally adjust the positioning of the hot end. I feel like that wire's a little pinched. But let's see, if we move the bed down a bunch. And it's cool, so we can take off the heater socket. Yeah, the way it's angled, I need a wrench. I need the wrench. Over there. They came with two wrenches, and I only see one. I misplaced one because definitely remember seeing it when I first unboxed everything. I mean, if this is the first thing I've lost, that's not too bad. I guess we can hot tighten this guy, and once that's hot tightened, then it will be in a spot where I can actually do the V-bed stuff. I just don't see that wrench. Where did you go now? Let's move some stuff that we don't need off the table. clean up a tiny bit. Where did this little wrench go? It fall on the ground. I'm not seeing it anywhere. I should have other ones, but I guess I'll check my other ones to see if they fit. Jeez, I'm just laughing at everything. It's only 10 o'clock. Ah. Okay, so I can get this wrench wedged in there. And then get my torque wrench out of the garage and we can hot tighten it. Torque wrench was not in the garage. Oh, it's right there on the desk. Okay, so generally it's like 280. What is the max set for on the extruder? Oh, it had things to change up here that I might not have. MCU path, Z currents. There's that. Temperature types. Motor currents. Oh, it did have a message about it in doing it in the macros. That is my bad. I did not read through stuff. I need to do a PID tune. The rest of the startup stuff. Okay, but yeah, that's fine. Next. Temp is 270. So I guess we'll do it at 270. Well, definitely getting some smells off of this now. Let's move the V completely out of the way. All right, maybe I'll come around front to do this and change it to a step down out of range. So let's do a PID tune, I guess, first. I wanted to wait until the nozzle was on it. To 30. To really do a PID tune from room temperature, but I just want this to hopefully get a stable temperature so that we can hot tighten the nozzle. Eventually, I'll be printing mostly ABS with this machine, and I'll probably do that PID tune for quite a bit hotter, but interesting. It does like a different number of steps every time I PID tune. If there's no way to manually input the number of cycles, which you can do in like Marlin. All of this is about measuring standard deviations and means, so I assume it's doing it until it finds like some acceptable standard deviation on all three parameters. Save config. Heats to 270, please. Are you gonna? Nope. So it's going slightly above. So let's just change the max to like 290. I just need it this high for doing this hot tighten anyway. So this is a ceramic heater core, and it does seem like it's able to get pretty hot pretty fast, which is supposed to be one of the advantages of a ceramic heater core. So now if it overshoots a little bit because I didn't PID tune it for 270, we should hopefully be okay without it triggering. Just don't want to see it go way, way above. Okay. So we do not want to snap this heat break. What view is going to be best for you? I have to set up a view that's like primarily the C920. But I'm also worried about this thing heating up quite a bit. That was turning. I don't think this is the right side. Too big. I don't think my adjustable wrench is going to fit up there. Nope, it is not. Not in a way that's going to allow us to actually tighten the nozzle. But it is, we use the right size. Nope. This is where nozzles that could be hot tightens come in very, very handy. This switch is just not. The right size. Where the heck did I put those wrenches? I wasn't thinking about them at all for so long, and then that was box doing stuff. Where did you go, Wrench? That's like every single bin. Every single place I moved other stuff. Honestly, it's still a problem to run into. We didn't go into this stuff. I almost finished my build last night, but then I lost a tiny metal ring. Maybe I can just go ahead and YouTube. Search for V6. That's not the one we have. And we got heat break. Okay, so ours is quite a bit different than this one. It is seriously the greatest mystery in the world right now. What happened to those two little wrenches? Looking for every box, every crevice. Huh. I know I didn't throw them away. I just don't know where they went. One thing you do bad when you're digging through trash. The frustrating part is I spent so much time organizing everything throughout this whole process, and then I get to this part. Wait, under this mat? No, I don't think so. Come on. I don't think I'll have any other riches that'll be able to fit in there either. I'm gonna check outside to see if I carried a bin out there. In the garage, be right back. Still no sign of those tokens. But I grabbed an assortment of riches out of the garage. I think we can find one that just might fit around this heat block, while also being inside of this tool head. The set seems to grip onto it, but then if I grab the torque, I can't get a hold of it. Maybe a little bit bigger. Do I have a 13 right there? $13 too big. Maybe a 1/2 inch. Seems like 12 is the right. Nope. I broke the ceramic on it. Son of AB. So that's a pretty big warning. You have to do the hot tightening outside of the tool head. So I've hit emergency stop. I don't even know if the wrenches that came with it would have worked all that well, to be honest. There's just not enough space in the tool head. So chalk that up as an L for me. That was my fault. Of course, there are no instructions on how to do anything with this on the Formbot listing for the product. You do have an option to get a Dragon or a Dragon High Flow. At this point, I'm going to have to recommend you do that. Documentation, nothing. GitHub, nothing. When there's a picture of a V6 looking hot. That's all we get. So I'm gonna have to swap in another hot end, which I planned on doing later anyway. But at this point, I'm just gonna have to go ahead and say I wouldn't mess with this hot end. I'm sure it's possible to get it installed. I've installed so many hot ends or so many nozzles on so many hot ends, like V6 style, other ceramic hot ends, new dragonflies from Fadis and all that stuff. Never had any issues. So this is a bit frustrating. And I think that's where we're going to kind of stop trying to work on stuff, because there's no point of doing the Z bed stuff with a hot end that we're going to end up taking out anyway, because the new hot end is likely going to be have a different Z offset. So I'm going to clean this up and see if there's anything else I want to do for electronics. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call it there. Fairly successful stream until the very end there, when things kind of got a little breaky. Disappointed, but happy. Happy with the progress we got for the electronics, getting the Klipper configured stuff done. The sensorless homing I've never had to do before, so that threw me for a bit of a loop, but it seems like we got it working at a different, a decent level. It did say that there's some more fine tuning you can do to some of those threshold values to get it to smooth out the homing, but yeah, if we restart firmware, you just run it one more time. Sake of me. Oh my. Yeah, that seems to be pretty decent. Let's see. We have motion. Try to you know, live with the positives for now. I move this over a little bit. We can do a home all, which will home ZX, home ZY, and then finally home Z. All right, so I'm happy with that. We've got the printer moving. It's fun to see the Core XY system, motion system going. We knew everything on the hot end worked up until I broke the heater block for the ceramic heater. So I'm going to swap in just another one. I've got a ton of different hot ends. We've got a couple of Revos. I've got some Revo high flow nozzles. I've got all the Phages hot ends almost, except for the Rapido 2. But I've got a Dragon Ultra high flow, a Rapido. I've got some of the Creality hot ends, so I'll probably end up going with the Revo. It'll be the first printer I'll be using one on. But yeah, so we need to sort out some of the cable management, reprint some of the cable management wire tracks, and something like PETG that won't be as brittle. We of course need to do the panels and top hat and all that kind of stuff. We need to PID tune the bed. That won't be, you know, very much of a thing. We need to do the Z calibration after we get the new hot end in. I'm trying to think of anything else. First print, I think we are pretty close to that. I'll maybe do a little bit of stuff off stream in terms of installing the replacement hot end. I don't think that's anything that you guys would want to 100% necessarily see. I'll record it, you know, for prosperity's sake anyway, but yeah, pretty happy with the progress we got. Upset about the hot ends. It's just a wonky, weird design, if you ask me, and it doesn't allow for tightening inside of the tool head all that easily. Maybe if I had the proper wrenches, it would have gone better, but I don't know. I still think it's kind of a weird thing. Who likes to keep around two specific wrenches for one specific hot end, and who likes to have to hot tighten a nozzle completely outside of the tool head? That seems kind of, yeah, to me. So if you're looking at this kit, definitely look at the Dragon or the Dragon High Flow, or source your own hot end. I think this is just like one of the least expensive hot ends that they found that they can put in. And I was looking forward to, you know, just testing it as a baseline, but I think I'm done with it now. So yeah, thanks for everybody who tuned in. I'll post when I'm doing the next stream, and hopefully we can get close to doing some first prints, getting the panels on, getting the top hat done. And yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. I will see you in the next one. Peace out.